Secretary General, dear Antonio, it's an honor for me to open, together with Antonio Guterres, this business forum of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. I will not go around with circumlocutions. I would be lying if I said that this comes at the best moment. The 2030 Agenda, which, as we all know, represents our common commitment to a fair, more sustainable and inclusive development, is currently under threat. And that is because of insufficient progress, but also because of retrograde ideologies that attack it without any foundation. The reality is undeniable. Global challenges are only growing, from climate change to inequality, the fight against poverty, or the lack of actual equality between men and women, and access to energy or health. And to all of this, we need to add, and with an increasing force, the specter of war. Against this backdrop, we need a new collective ambition to chase away the dark clouds that threaten world peace and trade, and of course, multilateral order. And that ambition must have the private sectors as our determining factor. Companies have a unique ability to transform ideas into solutions, risks into opportunities, and to generate with investment, prosperity, and employment in society. And so I will say this bluntly: more investment is needed. More investment is needed. Since the financial crisis of the last decade, foreign direct investment has halved its share of developing countries' GDP. While in 2008, it represented almost 5% of this GDP. In 2023, the last available data, it was equivalent to only 2.3%, 5% in 2008, 2.3% in 2023. In fact, the average of the last 3 years, around $900 billion per year, is lower than that in 2015, 2009, that represented 1.1 or 1.3 trillion. The first obligation, thus, is to reverse this situation, and we need to do that with the governments and multilateral institutions. That's what we're here for, to undertake our responsibility, which is to create the proper conditions so that your investments are possible. And we're going to do so with measures in 3 main areas. First of all, we must reduce and share risks. No one can ask a company to invest if they're not sure of receiving a return on their investment, or in case they lose everything in the face of an unforeseen event. That is why we need to multiply blending instruments, credit, first loss insurance, and other guarantees and mechanisms that amplify the scope and effectiveness of investments. Secondly, steps must be taken to facilitate public-private collaboration projects. I think that governments and businesses often go hand in hand on infrastructure investments. This is the traditional approach, but this is not enough. We must also do so in education, digitization, health, and, for example, on green economy. Projects that generate quality jobs and economic and social progress in the countries that need it most. And thirdly, and finally, there's an urgent need to reform the international financial system. We need it to fully fulfill its role as a catalyst for development. So good intentions are not enough. What we need is facts, more resources, more coordination, and political will. I think we can see the progress as a zero-sum game with winners and losers, or perhaps we could see it as an opportunity for shared prosperity. Personally, and of course Spain's too, is convinced of the latter. This is a matter of political will. I think of Africa, for example, a continent where the middle class will add 1 billion people by 2060, according to all the forecasts, and therefore will triple its contribution to the global GDP by mid-century. And also a continent that has tripled in just one decade the number of startups that receive funding. Therefore, we're not going to let the short-sightedness of the present make us see as competitors those who can be our partners and allies in the future. Because the stability and prosperity of the so-called global south are essential for the economic security and prosperity of the planet as a whole. Sustainable development will only be possible if we include everyone, and we are determined to act in the three ways that I just mentioned. Excellencies, I cannot ask you to lend a hand if we, the rulers, do not do so. But we do need you to join us. We need you to bet more on developing countries, to invest where others only see uncertainty, to help generate wealth, employment, technology, and sustainable value chains. Of course, it's not easy. We know that. And you owe yourselves to your shareholders, to your board of directors. You need to be accountable to them and make a profit. But pessimists complain about the wind. Optimists expect the wind to change, and realists adjust the sails. So they encourage you to adjust the sails with me. Altogether, the public sector and the private sector, governments, businesses, we have a great opportunity ahead of us, an opportunity to combat poverty, to fight climate change, and also the financial volatility that afflict developing countries. So in order not to leave behind millions of people who live here, opposite, just 14 kilometers from our coasts in Spain, but also so that the achievements that we fulfill result in the best for those of us who have the privilege of living this shore. There's still time to scale up innovative financing mechanisms that drive transformative investments, stable long-term investments that generate real opportunities in recipient countries. Developing countries must create a more enabling environment, and we will help them to provide the legal certainty that already exists in our economies. And companies must invest, create jobs, and pay the taxes that allow them to progress. That is what the global contract for sustainable development that I propose you to consist of. Let's not forget the following. Without sound tax systems, nations won't be able to finance essential public services, infrastructures, institutional stability. These are all necessary conditions for investment. Prosperity should be a virtuous circle and not a zero-sum game. And to conclude, this business forum was born precisely with this in mind, to build strong alliances between the public and private sectors. And that is because sustainable development is not possible without a more decisive participation of companies. Spain, my country, is fully committed to this vision where economic profitability, environmental sustainability, and social justice go hand in hand. And we want to lead, together with the UN, a global effort to mobilize more responsible and sustainable investment in the countries that need it most. So let's take this opportunity, this business forum, to connect ideas with capital, needs with solutions, proposals with alliances, and people with possibilities. The cost of doing nothing is hundreds of lost opportunities, not just for our companies, but also for millions of lives that could be left behind. Because, ladies and gentlemen, meeting the SDGs is not just a political goal. It's an ethical imperative and also an economic and social opportunity of a huge magnitude. So let's make it happen. That is all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General.
Presidente del Gobierno de
Prime Minister of Spain, dear Pedro, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
reflects a fundamental fact. Development is everyone's business, and the private sector is an essential partner in helping countries climb the development ladder and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Businesses are not just engines of jobs and economic growth. They help propel the innovation, technology, and investment that development demands. We are here to boost support for initiatives that benefit people and planet. We meet against the backdrop of an incredibly challenging global environment. As we gather in Seville, trade barriers and macroeconomic risks are rising. Major aid cuts are making a bad situation even worse, and mistrust and geopolitical divisions are blocking effective global solutions. And the financing gap of the Sustainable Development Goals has ballooned to $4 trillion. When the world came together for this conference 10 years ago in Addis Ababa, countries recognizing that achieving the goals was impossible without mobilizing private capital at scale. 1 decade later, we continue to fall short. Last year, investments in infrastructure in developing countries dropped by 35%, including in key sectors like renewable energy, water, and sanitation. And foreign direct investment has declined 2 years in a row, with investments flows largely bypassing least developed countries altogether. We need to create the conditions to change course. And that begins here in Spain. The Seville commitment document includes important steps to get the engine of development reviving again. Through new domestic and global commitments that can channel public and private finance to the areas of greatest need. By overhauling the world's approach to debt to make borrowing work in service of sustainable development. And by reforming the global financial architecture to reflect today's realities and the urgent needs of developing countries. The Seville commitment also puts forward a number of specific actions to unlock private sector investment in sustainable development. And this includes steps to strengthen the way we blend public and private capital together to maximize the use of public money in crowding in private funds. It includes new approaches to manage currency risk that prevent otherwise promising investment opportunities from securing the capital required. And it includes a call to review financial regulations to ensure that risk weightings are well designed and help, not hinder, institutional investors from embracing projects in frontier markets. These are significant steps informed by lessons learned over the past 10 years. When one looks at today's world, decrease in ODA, decrease in the global funds available, it is absolutely evident that we need to be able to multiply the resources available for investment. And the main obligation, in my opinion, of public development banks, both national and international, should be today concentrated not essentially in their own operations, and I understand the pressure of any bureaucracy to do their own things, but those public funds available in development banks should be more and more put to work to multiply resources through de-risking private finance and private investment, giving guarantees, establishing coalitions in which they are the first risk takers, and creating the conditions to massively increase the massive the private finance and private investment in countries in which, without the necessary de-risking, it is practically impossible to see enough development. This is a new mentality that we need to guarantee in the investment banks, public investment banks, both national and international. Señoras y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen, at all times, we count on the leadership and vision of all of you in order to promote this spirit based on cooperation. We need to be bold in our solutions. By gathering leaders of public and private sectors, regulators, and development banks, we can ensure that this conference is not a destination, but rather a beginning. The beginning of a new action-based era based on cooperation in order to tackle some of the most urgent problems which our world faces. We need a new dawn in the way how progress is financed around the world. Thank you, all of you, for participating in this important effort, and I hope that this joint participation of public and private sectors will be able to multiply the resources that we have without forgetting that we need much more investment in today's world. And there are mechanisms allowing us to use public funds available in order to mobilize much more than we do today, investment and funding from the private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Secretary General for his remarks there as well. And I think what we've heard from both of our speakers so far is the need for a partnership. That word's been used quite a lot, and coalition when it comes to the private and public sector working together to reach sustainable goals. The other thing that's very clear are the challenges which were set out by both the Secretary General and the Prime Minister. I just want to thank both Prime Minister Sanchez and the Secretary General Antonio Guterres as they leave the hall. Thank you very much. Of course, our programme does continue with a great lineup of speakers. And so without further ado, do let me introduce you to our next speaker. Let me invite Ronald Lamola, the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation from South Africa, to now deliver his remarks to the conference. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamola. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, President Sanchez, and the Secretary General of the United Nations, who have just left, distinguished delegates. Attracting private investment in developing countries remains a significant challenge due to a range of structural and systematic issues. One of the foremost barriers is political volatility. Addressing this requires a concerted effort to build institutional capacity, ensure greater policy coherence, and establish independent regulatory authorities supported by robust investment protection laws. Another critical challenge is macroeconomic fragility, characterized by high inflation, currency instability, and unsustainable debt burdens. These conditions limit government ability to offer the kinds of incentives or guarantees that could help attract private investment. Restoring macroeconomic stability through prudent fiscal and monetary policy is essential. In addition, improving debt management and collaboration with development finance institutions, the DFIs, to share risk and provide guarantees can significantly enhance investor confidence. In many developing economies, underdeveloped financial markets pose another significant obstacle. The scarcity of long-term local financing, limited risk mitigation instruments, and high borrowing costs constrain both domestic and foreign investment. Expanding and deepening local capital markets through regulatory reforms and infrastructure improvements is essential. Governments and development institutions should also promote financial inclusion, foster fintech innovation, and support instruments like blended finance and credit enhancements to make financing more accessible and affordable. Persistent infrastructure gaps and operational inefficiencies present additional deterrents. Inadequate transport, energy, water, and digital infrastructure increase operational costs and reduce the profitability of investments. Addressing these challenges requires strategic infrastructure planning informed by private sector insights, as well as the use of private-public partnerships and concessions models to mobilize private capital. The development of credible project pipelines supported by feasibility studies and technical assistance is equally critical to ensure readiness and bankability. The scarcity of investment-ready opportunities is a recurring issue. Many projects fall short due to weak design, unclear commercial models, or lack of detailed feasibility assessments. Limited government capacity to structure PPEs or leverage blended finance mechanisms further constrains progress. Building technical capacity within the public sector, establishing dedicated project preparation facilities, and utilizing blended finance tools can significantly improve the quality and attractiveness of investment opportunities. Distinguished participants, to foster greater private investment for sustainable development, governments and development institutions must focus on improving governance and regulatory certainty. This includes simplifying investment-related regulations, minimizing bureaucratic obstacles, and ensuring long-term policy consistency to enhance investor confidence. Alongside these, strengthening legal and institutional frameworks is essential to protecting property rights, ensuring contract enforcement, and establishing transparent, predictable dispute resolution mechanisms. Further, national sustainable finance strategies should be developed and implemented to align financial flows with environmental, social, governance criteria and the sustainability development goals. These strategies can be reinforced by promoting robust sustainable finance taxonomies and disclosure standards that clearly define what constitutes a sustainable investment, thereby enhancing transparency, comparability, and credibility in the market. At the same time, building the capacity of private sector actors to measure and report on development impact is crucial. Standardized frameworks and reporting tools can help track and communicate the social and environmental outcomes of investments more effectively. Mobilizing capital at scale will also require expanding blended finance solutions and risk-sharing mechanisms. Instruments such as guarantees, insurance products, concessional finance, and first loss capital can reduce the perceived risks for private investors and attract their participation in high-impact sectors. Multilateral development banks have a critical role to play in this space by offering a credit enhancement, supporting project preparation, and co-financing alongside private capital. This can significantly increase the viability of investments in emerging markets. Public-private partnerships also present available mechanisms for infrastructure and service delivery. Strengthening the PPP framework and building the necessary technical expertise will help governance structure and manage these partnerships effectively. Finally, global partnerships and knowledge-sharing networks should be leveraged to facilitate the transfer of skills, innovation and best practices across borders, ensuring that countries, particularly the developing ones, can build the foundations for sustainable investment ecosystems. Creating an enabling environment for sustainable development investing is not one-day effort. It requires sustained political will, institutional reform, capacity building, and financial innovation. When these elements align, they unlock significant opportunities to scale up private sector investments in areas that drive inclusive, resilient, and low carbon growth. The public sector, particularly development banks, international development institutions, plays a role in mobilizing private investment for development impact. One of the most effective ways they can support this is by mitigating the risks that often deter private capital from entering emerging and developing markets. Through instruments such as credit guarantees, political risk insurance, and concessional finance, public institutions can improve the risk-return profile of projects and encourage private sector participation. Acting as an anchor investor in projects or funds helps significant confidence and reduce perceived risks, which attracts private partners. Overall, by de-risking investments, improving project readiness, supporting regulatory reform, and promoting partnerships and transparency, the public sector can serve as a powerful catalyst for private capital aligned with development goals. Their role is not to replace private finance, but to create the conditions under which it can flow more confidently and contribute meaningfully to sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you very much to Minister Lamola for his remarks. And as he set out already, South Africa and indeed the rest of the African continent really does play a very important role in this conversation. Well, let's introduce our next speaker, Mr. John Denton, Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce, but also, significantly, the co-chair of the FFD4 Business Steering Committee, to get more of a private sector view on all of this. So may I welcome to the stage Mr. John Denton.
Thank you very much, and it was a great pleasure to be with you today. I also am very grateful that Prime Minister Sanchez and Secretary General Guterres are able to spend some time with us. And it's a real delight, actually, to have the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Development from South Africa still with us, engaging because of the interest you have. And also, let's not forget that this man is also chairing the foreign policy dimensions of the South African G20 here. And in that context, let's not forget that South Africa is determined to use the G20 this year as a G20 for all of Africa. And we've been involved, and I'm honored to serve on the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. And I've been personally very delighted at the level of engagement the South African leadership has had in the context of a number of challenges in engaging with the private sector throughout. So we thank you for being with us. I actually want to make a couple of comments, first of all, about the ICC, the International Chamber of Commerce, just so we're aware. I mean, the ICC, we've been around for more than 100 years. What we've been doing with the ICC over the last 20 years is actually repositioning the organization. We are now in 170 countries, friends. 70% is in the global south. We enable something like $17.5 trillion worth of economic activity every year. So we are not an observer in the processes. We are actually actively engaged, but also we bring the voice of the global business community, including a very significant part, as I've just explained, of the ICC, which exists and seeks support in developing and emerging economies. So our aim, ultimately, our purpose is to enable business worldwide, and that's what we want to do. And we work relentlessly to do that, bridging this whole issue of policy and action. And so when I come to Seville, this whole process leading up to the outcome we have at the moment, I'd have to say that we want more. We actually want more. We want more than words. We want action. We want outcomes. Prime Minister Sanchez talked about the gap between the infrastructure needs, the opportunities. He also talked about the erosion of the amount of foreign direct investment that's available to developing and emerging economies over the last 20 years. Secretary General Guterres talked about the urgent need for redress of this. But of course, the reality for all of us is that we can spend endless hours describing the problem. The real issue is not so much whether we can pledge our way out of this, is actually what actions will we take to move forward. The reason I was so happy that the South African minister was here was that there's actually real action that can be taken right now. There needs to be a single-minded focus on the inhibitors to actually allowing the private sector to invest and participate in the development and also the energy transition of developing and emerging economies. And that starts with looking at the broad frameworks, the invisible frameworks that actually inhibit that. We talked about over the last 20 years. Over the last 20 years, there's been no change to the macroprudential regulatory framework and the weighting of risk as it applies. In fact, it's got worse, which actually is inhibiting the capacity of the private sector to invest at the level it would want to invest if it was able to invest. A number of these economies, because the cost of capital is too high, are just uninvestable. And it's got nothing to do with the economy itself in a way. It's actually got to do with the way in which these systems have not been updated. We want to ensure finance for development. We want to ensure to deliver that there's actually economic and commercial activity to support it. We want to ensure that countries are not subject to anachronistic regulatory frameworks. We need a single-minded focus on that to ensure that the frameworks, the Basel frameworks that Secretary General Guterres referred to, are actually made relevant to the 21st century. It's not through any fault of their own that a number of these economies have had their sovereign risk downgraded. And the reality for many, as you know, and I represent these businesses, good businesses cannot get access to finance because of this. Good opportunities in developing and emerging economies cannot be actually delivered upon because of the operation of these frameworks. Again, we describe this, but the reality is you can do something about it. What we are doing is trying to encourage the G20 leadership to issue instructions to the Financial Stability Board, guidance in effect, about how financial stability should be interpreted in 2025. If we're able to do that, that will free up the opportunity for the private sector to find investable projects. That will free up the opportunity for companies to get access to finance, but there's more that needs to be done. There are other hidden inhibitors or invisible inhibitors to actually creating economic activity in developing and emerging economies. Take, for example, the way in which the Financial Action Task Force operates, which was founded in the 1990s. Angel, you might recall it. The reality is that has not been updated either. Now, we as the ICC completely abhor the idea of money laundering, but we've got to have a framework in place that is actually efficient, effective, and delivers. What we've got in place at the moment is a system that actually has had the most bizarre unintended consequences of costing Latin American and Caribbean and many African countries, business communities, the opportunity to participate in commerce. It is a drag of some $300 billion a year in terms of economic activity. I think you get my picture. There's framework issues we can deal with, and then there's issues on the ground that we can deal with to ensure economic activity, that we actually free up the private sector. I'll give you another example. There are millions of disputes which sit in the legal framework of India. There are millions of disputes that sit untended to in the legal framework of Brazil. Why do we not focus on creating an environment to actually have those disputes resolved? I tell you what, if you understood the numbers, you might start thinking about it differently. This is costing, in terms of business activity and the chilling effect it has on businesses to participate, $1 trillion a year. We hear the number of trillion before in terms of delivering outcomes. We can find it. There are things that can be done, and it comes out of enabling the private sector to actually function. And my friends, we have more. We're also taking the whole of the trade finance market from the ICC perspective, because we curate that, we actually enable that, and we're aligning that $3.5 trillion market with sustainable outcomes. We are crowding in banks to deliver this. So when people say there's no big outcomes at Seville, I say that's wrong. We're actually bringing, the private sector is bringing real actions that can be taken and real outcomes that can be measured. We actually want to see this partnership delivered. We are not here to pledge, we're here to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John Denton. Without further ado, let me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Jose Vinales, Senior Advisor at Standard Chartered Bank, but also the co-chair of the Secretary-General's Global Investors for Sustainable Development Alliance. Mr. Vinales, over to you, and thank you very much again to John Denton for your remarks.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Add my thanks to all of you for attending FFD4 and the International Business Forum. It's really great to see you all gathered here and seeing lots of meetings happening in the corridors. It's really an honor and a pleasure to speak to you today, representing alongside my two fellow co-chairs, the steering committee of the Business Forum, as well as the United Nations Alliance of Global Investors for Sustainable Development and Standard Chartered. These three organizations have put the financing of sustainable development at the very center of their strategies. And this is because we firmly believe that sustainable finance is not just good for people and the planet, but it makes commercial sense. The right thing to do morally is also the smart thing to do from the business point of view. Yet, we know, as we have heard from the Secretary General and the Spanish Prime Minister, that we're still a long way short of mobilizing capital at a scale which is necessary to close the growing investment gap for the Sustainable Development Goals, which is most acute in the low and middle income countries. And to close this gap will take both the determination and the balance sheets of all sources of finance, public and private. And the private financial sector, which I'm here to represent, has a critical role to play. In this regard, there are three specific areas where we can focus our energies to achieve significant progress in line with the policies of the FFD4 outcome document and the Business Steering Committee communique. First, unlocking the investment power of the private sector. We know that the amount of capital required to achieve the SDGs is staggeringly high, but we also know that the financial sector has huge resources that can be deployed. Ensuring the enabling policy frameworks are put in place, developing effective de-risking instruments to make projects investable, and establishing the right partnerships are essential ingredients of scaling up private capital for sustainable development. Second, the private financial sector can bring structuring capabilities, technical expertise, and local experience to help projects get to a stage where they are commercially viable and where the risk-return profiles can be matched with different types of investors. In partnership with multilateral development banks, development finance institutions, and export credit agencies, private sector participants like banks, insurers, asset managers, and other institutional investors can help create the innovative blended structures that can crowd in private finance. And we can join forces with the public sector also to help develop local capital markets and solve issues like local currency risk. Third, and very importantly, banks and relevant institutional investors can share their experience and provide advice to the regulatory policy community to help right-size financial regulatory requirements in line with the true level of risk that we see in the markets and on our balance sheets. As you consider these topics over the coming days, and they will be no doubt be debated at length, I want to make 3 asks of you. First, scale action. In recent years, in spite of every political sort of tension, we have witnessed a scaling of ambition. Now is the time to scale action to meet that ambition. The Seville outcome document and the International Business Forum communique provide the path. We know that we will need to do more with less, as the global political context, ongoing conflicts, and geopolitical tensions both exacerbate and divert resources away from our mission. We need now to find solutions that can make the greatest impact while using more limited resources, but using them more efficiently. The second ask is work in partnership. Success is never a solo journey. Partnerships and collaboration are the only way that we can tackle the task ahead of us. We often discuss the importance of public-private partnerships, which remain absolutely central. But we should also think of private-private partnerships, setting out what value different financial institutions can bring at different stages of the investment lifecycle together with corporates, and who best and how we can partner to deliver those. And my third call is use time wisely. Time remains the largest barrier that we face, and one that we are powerless to change. We agree on the objective of financing sustainable development. The real issue is when this will be done. It cannot be put off to the decades ahead. We have 4.5 years before the 2030 target for the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have 4 days ahead of us in this conference to connect, scale action, and find partnerships to unlock the role that the private finance sector can play. So let's make sure that we work together in the coming days to make this mission possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Viñales. 3 important takeaways from that, which I think in many ways are lessons for life. Scale action, work in partnership, and use your time wisely. Well, on that last point, without further ado, let me welcome to the stage our next and final speaker for this section, Shinta Kandani. Please do take to the stage while I introduce you. Shinta Kandani is the CEO of the Sintesa Group in Indonesia. And together with our previous speaker, Mr. Viñales, she is also the co-chair of the Secretary General's Global Investors for Sustainable Development Alliance. So is perfectly suited to end this first round of keynote speeches. So Ms. Kandani, I welcome you to the stage.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, we're here today in the first ever International Business Forum during the FFD4 conference. So I want to give you all a round of applause because you're here today witnessing something historical. We actually have a business conference. It's a profound honor to address you, the distinguished participants, following my fellow co-chairs of the GISD Alliance and also co-chair of the Business Steering Committee of the International Business Forum. And of course, as a business leader of Indonesia, representing one of the emerging economies that stand at the intersection of global ambition and shared responsibility. And it is particularly fitting that we convene here in the beautiful Seville, a city renowned of its spirit of exploration, poetry, and historical turning points. From this very port, expeditions once embarked in search of new worlds. Today, our task is no less ambitious, not to discover new lands, but to redefine that the global map of sustainable development through collaboration, vision, and action. Just as this explorer did not wait for perfect conditions, so too are the emerging economies. We are already shaping the future with urgency, innovation, and purpose. Home to some of the world's fastest growing democracies, youthful and diverse populations, and resource-rich market, emerging economies are well placed to lead the next phase of inclusive sustainable development. Yet, we continue to face systematic barriers. Limited access to long-term affordable finance, persistent outdated risk perception, a global financial architecture misaligned with today's realities and tomorrow's potential. I'm proud to highlight the Alliance's central role in shaping the private sector track of the fourth International Conference on Financing Development, FFD4. Together with the ICC, which co-chaired the Business Steering Committee, convening a powerful cross-section of actors that I would like to recognize from the World Economic Forum, B20, Investor Leadership Network, Sustainable Markets Initiatives, Principle for Responsible Investment, and Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, to UN partners, including the Global Compact, UNDP, and UNEP-EVI. This collective effort crystallized key recommendations focused on scaling blended finance, reforming MDB, reducing investment barrier, aligning financial regulations with sustainability goals, and improving access to finance for under-reserved market. We call for stronger collaboration with government, development banks, and regulators to translate these priorities into measurable actions. Through the Seville Platform for Action, we aim to drive investment where it is needed most and help build a more sustainable and inclusive global economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, across the global south, the investment potential is undeniable, from Jakarta to Buenos Aires, Nairobi to New Delhi. But what's missing is not opportunity. It is a financial system equipped and aligned to realize it. In many emerging economies, finance is no longer seen as merely transactional, but as a lever for structural transformation. This has prompted more integrated strategy that connect fiscal policy, social equity, and long-term resilience. Recognizing that the architecture of finance is central to shaping sustainable development outcomes. In Asia Pacific, countries are putting into practice with a new generations of instruments, from blended finance and sovereign sustainability bonds to strategic public-private partnership. These tools aim not just to raise capital, but to ensure it delivers systemic impact, building institutional capacity and aligning investment with national priorities. What emerges is a more deliberate and purpose-driven approach to financing for development, one anchored in innovation, long-term thinking, and shared responsibility for the 2030 agenda. Yet, while financial innovation is crucial, real progress happens where capital meets implementation. In operation, infrastructure, employment, and service delivery. As a representative of the real economy, enterprises rooted in these sectors, let me be clear, we don't just fund ideas on paper, we back bold action on the ground. Real impact unfolds where execution meets reality. In ports, factories, urban centers, and rural communities. It is here that the non-financial enterprises, such as those that I lead, bring innovation, speed, and operational capacity that complement financial investment and policy ambition. For this reason, the non-financial private sector must be systematically included in global development dialogue and decision-making. We are not merely recipients of the capital, we are essential actors in implementation. The message I bring today is straightforward. We do not seek for consolation, we seek serious, structured, and equitable partnership. Partnership that acknowledge our ambition, match our urgency, and unlock our full potential. Let us not spend another year in dialogue without delivery. Let us work together to build a global financial system that prioritizes long-term value, mobilizes private capital at scale, and position emerging economies not at the periphery, but at the heart of global progress. Because in the end, we are not here to observe the future. We are here to build it. So let us leave this stage, not with applause alone, but with a blueprint for change, one that rallies every sector, every stakeholder, and every soul to the cause of shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Shintha Kamdani for what was a very rousing final keynote for the first half of this session. But don't go away because we are about to start our panel. But first of all, let me just thank all of our speakers who took part in the first session here. Shintha Kamdani, thank you very much once again. Jose Vinales, thank you. John Denton, thank you very much. Minister Lamola, Secretary General Guterres, and Prime Minister Sanchez. Well, we have now, as I say, finished the opening session of the Leadership Summit, but don't go away if you can, because we will now move to session number 2, which is titled From FFD4 Outcome to Implementation, Unlocking the Potential of Private Capital for Sustainable Development. And we do have some distinguished speakers, so please do stick around if you can for the next session. We've got some more people coming in as well. So we'll introduce the panel for the next session. They will take to their seats in a moment. Let me introduce Masato Kanda, the President of the Asian Development Bank. There we go. Thank you very much. Round of applause for all of our panelists. We have the President of the European Investment Bank, Nadia Calvino. And we have Xu Gu, the Executive Chairman of the Agricultural Bank of China. James Mwangi, the CEO of Equity Bank from Kenya. I'm just working out the seating arrangements at the same time as well. Welcome to you, James, who's just taken to the stage as well. And Jose Bogas Galvez, the CEO of Endesa, here in Spain. Do welcome to the stage as well, Mr. Borges Galvez. I'll just let the panel situate themselves and introduce themselves to each other, and hopefully over the course of the next hour we'll have a lively and interesting discussion. And what makes this panel so interesting and unique isn't just their geographical, oh, my mic's gone, oh, it's back, isn't just the geographical spread of the panel, but the mix between public and private representation, which is at the heart, of course, of this discussion. But before we get to the panel, let me introduce our keynote speaker to kick off this session. Let me, without further ado, introduce Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister from India, for a keynote address. Thank you very much. If you want to take to the lectern, please, for your address. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address you at the Leadership Summit of the International Business Forum, held alongside the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development here in Seville, Spain. Over the coming days, this forum will convene ministers, CEOs, and leaders to drive solutions that unlock private capital for sustainable development, a mission of both urgency and opportunity. As we shift from commitments to action, following the FFD4 outcome, the importance of private capital cannot be overstated. Private investment is a catalytic force, unlocking capital, boosting productivity, fostering innovation, and introducing technological rigor, all essential for inclusive, sustainable economic growth. In an era of volatile FDI inflows, mounting global uncertainty, private capital has emerged as an increasingly important source of development finance. In recent years, we have witnessed encouraging growth in private investment, supported by a rise of innovative financial instruments alongside traditional sources. However, private capital mobilization remains significantly low and much below what is required, with low and middle income countries receiving a disproportionately small share. This underscores the urgent need for targeted efforts to overcome investment barriers and better align financial flows with development priorities. Key challenges for the emerging market and developing economies include a high cost of capital, a shortage of bankable projects, regulatory and institutional constraints, limited local capacity, and high perception of risk, both country-specific and currency-related. The Leadership Summit is the right forum to address these challenges, bringing together key stakeholders, investors, asset managers, MDBs, DFIs, and member states to foster the kind of collective action that systemic challenge or systemic change that demands. Effective mobilization of private capital demands a multi-pronged strategy, combining robust domestic reform with strengthened international cooperation. Allow me to highlight 7 strategic areas where transformation is both necessary and is achievable, and where India's own experience offers useful insight. First, strong domestic financial markets are the foundation of investments. India has invested in strengthening its banking system and deepening capital markets to finance infrastructure and industry at scale. Our regulatory frameworks have evolved with market needs, balancing investor protection with innovation and flexibility, creating a more conducive environment for long-term investments. Second, addressing perceived risks through institutional reform is crucial. Emerging economies often face high-risk perceptions, which raise financing cost and deter investment. India has addressed this challenge by establishing independent regulators, implementing transparent bidding processes, standardizing contracts, and improving the ease of doing business. These reforms have significantly enhanced investor confidence and reduced transactional costs. Third, we must create scale in investment opportunities. The presence of well-prepared, de-risked, and investment-ready project pipeline is critical. India's renewable energy transformation from just 2.8 gigawatt of installed solar capacity in 2014 to over 110 gigawatt today, just a matter of 10 years, was enabled by clear national targets, streamlined procurement, and government-backed risk mitigation. This model attracted institutional investors, including pension and sovereign wealth funds. Fourth, blended finance must be scaled up by leveraging public and concessional finance to de-risk private investment. Innovative tools such as sovereign green bonds, thematic bonds, and impact investment instruments address market failures and channel commercial capital into priority sectors like climate, health, education, and gender equality. For maximum impact, these models must be transparent, measurable, and tailored to local contexts. Fifth, multilateral development banks and development finance institutions must assume a strong and stronger enabling role. Many sustainable development projects lack initial commercial viability, deterring early-stage private investment. MDBs and DFIs are uniquely positioned to bridge this gap through concessional finance, guarantees, credit enhancements, and project preparation support, thereby improving risk-return profiles and attracting private capital. Sixth, international credit rating methodologies must evolve to better reflect the structural strength and long-term resilience of EMDEs. Current sovereign ratings often understate key fundamentals. India, for example, with a sustained high growth trajectory and sound fiscal management, its sovereign rating does not fully reflect its macroeconomic stability. Reforming rating methodologies would not only enhance fairness, but also reduce financing cost and unlock far greater volumes of private investment. Despite growing global consensus, actual financial flows to emerging markets and developing economies have struggled to gain momentum. This underscores the need for early structured engagement between MDBs and credit rating agencies to recalibrate risk assessments and unlock sustainable capital at scale. Finally, unlocking capital at the grassroots level requires support for MSMEs. These engines of inclusive growth need access to credit, technology, and capacity building, along with simple works. India's initiatives ranging from credit guarantees and stress period financing to e-commerce export hubs, have improved MSME creditworthiness and global value chain integration. Mobilizing private capital is not merely a financing strategy. It is a development imperative. With coordinated action, thoughtful regulation, and shared ambition, as reflected in the Compromiso de Seville, we can ensure that private investment becomes a force for inclusive, sustainable, and resilient growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Minister Sitharaman. If you could kindly take a seat on this side of the stage. The reason I'm saying that is because Ms. Sitharaman, as well as Masato Kanda, do have to leave in about 10 minutes. This is, of course, a very busy meeting and people are working and have got lots of meetings on the side. So we do appreciate your time. I will take my seat as quickly as I can on the other side of the stage. So we don't waste any time. Let me start with you, Masato Kanda, of course, President of the Asian Development Bank. We heard from Nirmala Sitharaman just then about the importance of development banks when it comes to this entire equation. So I wonder if you could just tell me how you think you bridge some of the challenges when it comes to private sector and public partnership.
Thank you very much. Probably, among others, 3 challenges and responses. First, definitely, we don't have sufficient private sector participation, and given the enormous amount of money needed for the poverty reduction and the climate and so on, we definitely need the private capital. And the ADB has decided to increase the private sector investment 4 times to annual $13 billion. But more important thing than the magnitude itself, but the impact on the ground to really transform the society involving the market discipline or the market dynamism to make economy more efficient and innovative. And the second thing is, of course, we don't have yet the good enabling environment to mobilize private capital. And of course, investors need the stable policy and predictable and transparent regulations, effective institutions and infrastructure, and deep capital market. So we've got to not only the middle stream or downstream, but increase the intervention to the upstream, the policy reform, and the strength of the governance, these things. So 40% of the ADB's sovereign lending will serve for the enabling environment for private sector development. And we have the arms for the public lending and private sector lending under one roof. So it is a perfect situation to give you the holistic approaches, including the policy reform. Thirdly, unfortunately, we have not yet harnessed the catalytic financing. So definitely we need the more risk mitigation. So 2 examples. One is in Lao PDR, we have provided or created the 700 million blended finance, as you mentioned, from the various sources of the public finance and private sector mobilization, which realized the first ever, the largest wind power in the region, and also this is the first ever cross-border wind power. And the second example is we have just launched the so-called Wayfinder program in South Pacific, which will not only mitigate risk, but also give their technical support for the due diligence and also the safeguard requirement, because we found these are really the obstacle for the private sector to come in the rather risky market. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanda there. We've got time, hopefully, for another response from Minister Sitharaman. You talked about a lot of things in your discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Kanda. One of the things that struck me in an earlier panel was the need to scale up. One of the earlier speakers talked about India's economy is growing at a rapid pace, but it is a huge country. What do you think are the biggest challenges when it comes to scaling some of these models up? Oh, you should have a microphone. Oh, my apologies.
Thank you. Scaling up is actually the critical edge for anything to do with technology or to do with mass implementation. When I say mass implementation, it's a question of vaccination. Not just on certain particular type of epidemics, but generally vaccination is something which you have to be in a position to execute at a larger scale. And similarly, not so much for an epidemic, but even otherwise, when you want to bring technology in the daily lives of common people, unless you're able to scale it up, the success of technology can fritter away. And also, technology inherently has a problem in that it gets itself updated rather too soon. Unless a version is down acceptable at a large scale, for an updated version to be acceptable will become another challenge if you're doing it in pockets. So I would think whether it is a matter of technology or whether it's a matter of welfare-related distribution, scaling up is one big important factor. India has a natural advantage because of its demographic, but otherwise too, today countries will have to come together for making a success of scaling up.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. I know you now have to go to another meeting, so thank you very much for your keynotes and for staying and taking the question. You can exit on that stage if you like. Thank you very much. Not to worry, we still have 4 distinguished panelists who I hope aren't going anywhere. No. You're staying with us for the next 40 minutes and hopefully you all will as well. Let me bring you in, Nadia. Nadia Calvino, President of the European Investment Bank. We talked about some of the challenges. I wonder if I could get your thoughts on that, in particular, I guess, off the back of what we heard from Minister Sitharaman about scale as well.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here. I thought actually that Nirmala was going to talk about leapfrogging because the impressive digitalization of India has also been based on the fact that they leapfrogged and really jumped to the new technologies without going through the stages that many other countries are having to go through. I thought it would be interesting to mention 2 things related to what both Nirmala and Masato were talking about, which is the role of multilateral development institutions. This has been also brought up by previous speakers here. And the role of the European Investment Bank, of course, that I am representing, is the largest multilateral development institution in the world with a 600 billion balance sheet. We provide around 100 billion euros a year in terms of finance. 90% is inside the EU, but 10% is outside the EU. And I think it is relevant to signal that 30% of our financing last year, that's around 12 billion euros, was going to, in terms of investment mobilized, was mobilized by the private sector outside the EU. So it means that it is a growing share. It is a very important area of activity together with financing large public infrastructure such as energy grids, energy interconnectors, water supply infrastructures, etc. This is not only about financing individual specific projects, but also providing financing for small and medium-sized companies, something that has been mentioned here, through the financial sector. So intermediated lending, also intermediated investments through investment funds in the capital of startups from Vietnam to other parts of Southeast Asia, just to mention some of the areas where we're acting quite directly. But, and this brings me to my second point, I think that multilateral development institutions can make a big difference by working together better as a system. And this is actually our top priority right now. How to ensure through mutual reliance, through cooperation and co-financing, that through provision of local currency lending, through new instruments that can allow to channel these investments and de-risk these investments, as has been mentioned here. How can the multilateral development family working as a system actually support public-private partnerships, a word that has been repeated here a lot today? Let me say that I am happy to see that this is the first time that the private sector is engaging. And we aim at, if I have an opportunity to speak again later, I may give some more detail, but let me leave it with you, the idea that one of the elements that we will be announcing here in Seville has to do with providing a more accurate reflection of risk. Building on the 40-year experience of all multilateral development banks, the European Investment Bank, together with the World Bank, is providing the what we call the Emerging Economies Database, GEMS, so that private sector investors can get a better assessment of actual risk when lending to emerging economies. Let me leave it here now, but I will be happy to give some highlights and insights into what this database tells us, which is quite interesting, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the moment, Nadia. Let me bring Xu Gu in, Executive Chairman of the Agricultural Bank of China. Now, in case you don't know, the Agricultural Bank of China is the sole Chinese member of the Secretary General's Global Investors for Sustainable Development Alliance, so has a key role in all of this. You've heard what all the speakers so far have said. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah. Please allow me to start with some numbers. As one of the leading commercial banks in China, we make every effort to support green transition. Our green loans, green financing portfolio hit over $800 billion by the end of last month. And inclusive loans, that means loans to small and medium-sized companies, reached $650 billion. And we also extended $1.5 trillion to rural areas. So you can, from these numbers, you can see the commitment of our bank to SDGs. Based on our experience, I would like to share 2 points of views. The first one is that embedding SDGs into not only your corporate strategy, but also daily operations. For example, in ABC, when we make credit decision, we will assign the internal rating to the relevant customers, a rating that is ESG linked. For those customers, those clients who have elevated risks, ESG risks, they will face some preconditions for funding. And for those customers with severe sustainability risks, it will be ineligible for them for funding. So that's my point, that you need to integrate the SDGs into your daily operation, not just at a strategic level. My second point I want to share is that the importance of data collection. You know, especially I want to mention the accurate and timely collection of Scope 3 data. Without accurate data, you can't do any management. For ABC, we enhance our system, especially IT system, to make sure that we can collect data timely and collect accurate data from our clients. I mentioned the Scope 3 data. For Scope 3 data in particular, we focus on several sectors based on materiality. For example, steel, power, livestock breeding. We use tailored method and we use specific metrics and multipliers to collect data from our clients and calculate our finance emission. So that's my second point. I want to stress that the importance of data. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Gu for sharing your perspective there. You talk about agriculture as an area that you work in, of course. Let me bring in James Mwangi, CEO of Equity Bank from Kenya. Welcome to the stage as well. You've done a lot of social development work around agriculture as well. I wonder if you could just draw on that in reference to what we've just heard.
Thank you very much. When you focus on banking and financing in Africa, agriculture becomes a central focus because 70% of African population are living from agriculture. So if you leave out agriculture, then there's a lot of challenges. The biggest challenge with agriculture in Africa is the level at which it is at the moment. It is evolving from peasantry agriculture to get into agro businesses. And as a result of that informality, there is very little data. It's very informal, and as a result, market size has been difficult to assess. The second one is financing, because of informality, has been a huge challenge. So for us at Equity Group 5 years ago, we decided the agriculture was too important to allow us to be detracted by the challenges. And we resolved that by 2030, we'll match our balance sheet size in terms of lending to agricultural contribution, which is 30%. We have raised that from 3% to 16% of lending. And broadly, how we have embraced it is breaded finance. We've brought in foundations, philanthropies, such that the farmers could be able to afford the credit component. We de-risk them, we mitigate, and at some aspects, we do credit risk sharing. The second one has been to embrace climate smart agriculture and ensuring that all the small-scale farmers adapt it. And this is principally realizing that the biggest challenge in financing small-scale farming is not production, is the climate impact. As a result, we have adopted mitigation and adaptation financing. And last year, IFC named Equity as the bank with the highest number of loans for mitigation and adaptation worldwide. And simply because that is the risk we are dealing with. It's not the credit risk, it's the production risk because of climate change. Lastly, it is the issue of looking at value addition in agriculture. It's good to finance production, but the true value comes from value addition. So if you're able to link primary production with value addition, the farmers get better yields. As a result, they're able to enhance agricultural productivity, and you see that then agriculture becomes an economically viable sector with returns that can attract private capital and also pay the risks that are associated with agriculture.
Thank you very much. It's interesting because all of you in some way have mentioned some of the risks in quotes. I want to bring Jose in, another private sector voice on the panel, the CEO of Endesa. You've worked not so much in agriculture, but in energy, electric vehicles, that kind of thing in terms of partnerships. I want to pick up on the point about risks and what risks you think are associated when it comes to blended finance in these areas.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me just to be here. It's a pleasure for me to stay here. Let me say what I would say is that the role of the public and the private sector is crucial in funding the energy transition. The energy transition is a huge challenge that is not only a cultural or technical challenge, but is also a financial one. And this is, for me, a critical piece of the energy transition in the future. I should say that talking about developing countries and developed countries, well, we have, I don't like to say similar problems, but more or less similar with different levels. And I say that just because in the developing countries and also in the European Union, the investment are not reaching the expectation. They are not reaching the expectation because of the high upfront cost, because of the increasing risks, because of the supply chain constraint, because of the inflation, because of the high interest rate. Well, how to resolve this problem? That is the collaboration between the public and private sector. The public sector has to support and stimulate the investment, reduce financial barriers, and attract private capital. The public sector then is instrumental in three things for me. The first one is managing the balanced energy supply that ensures sustainable, affordable, and secure energy transition. The second is in creating the regulatory and policy framework that provides clarity, stability, predictability, and confidence for energy investment. And the third is in provisioning these subsidies and incentives, tax incentives also, and financial collaboration schemes, new approach to blended finance, aiming to mobilize several times the amounts of provided by the public sector in the private sector. So at the end, what I think is that the public sector is the one that should support really this transition. Then the private sector. The private sector is also essential and has an essential role to meet this energy transition, mobilizing capital, driving innovation, and providing the technical expertise. All of them supported by the public sector facilitating the efficient access to long-term capital and debt.
Okay, thank you very much for setting out your thoughts there, Jose. I'm going to bring Mr. Gu back in. What we've heard from both Jose and James is how this is all about being climate smart as well when we come to blended finance. Just tell us about the work that you've been doing when it comes to reducing emissions and working on blended finance around the area of climate.
Yes. Thank you again for the question. You may know that China will release its 2035 NDCs, I think this November before COP30. And I think President Xi Jinping announced this in April at a leadership meeting. And the commercial banks in China are making efforts to realize that goal. So currently, I think that in aggregate, the green loans in China exceed $5 trillion, ranking first globally. Looking forward, for commercial banks, I would like to highlight three areas. The first area is building up an ESG-centered culture In commercial banks, it's easy for you to integrate SDGs into your strategy. But if you really want to implement that, you need a culture. So that's my first point. And my second point is that the comparability of disclosures. In China, last year, the Ministry of Finance and the other regulators, they have already introduced a kind of guidelines for quality disclosure, financial impact of ESG. And for our bank, ABC, we released our sustainability report in, I think, fully aligned with that requirement. We think that the greater alignment in disclosures will better facilitate capital flow. And for ABC, we work heavily, we invest a lot to improve the comparability. We welcome the effort made by international communities such as ISSB to harmonize the disclosures. And we call on private sectors, especially commercial banks, to adopt generally accepted rules to improve the quality of financial disclosures.
Okay.
Finally, again, the quality data collection. I mentioned that we have do some research in scope 3 data collection, but that's not enough. We think that more research need to be explored, more area need to be explored, and more research is needed to ensure a better data collection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Gu. Let me bring you in, James. Earlier in the discussion, you talked about being climate smart, you talked about philanthropy, you talked about how much progress you've made. But one of the keynote speakers said something earlier which really struck me and said it wasn't just about scaling up, it wasn't just about partnerships, but it was also about pace and timing, getting this stuff done quickly, especially when the clock's ticking when we look at 2030. How are you scaling up? How are you keeping up the pace? I mean, it's quite impressive. You say you've gone from 3 to 16% on one of your targets.
Thank you very much. I think scale is an imperative, because if we talk of 1.3 billion people on the African continent and take 70% are in agriculture, then you're talking of 900 million people. So you can't then have small programs here and there and then say it is addressing the problem. The problem is gigantic. It's 1 billion people in a continent. The incomes in agriculture are low. They need to be enhanced. And that is why productivity is essential. But we are scaling up from two perspectives. The first one is innovation, doing it differently.
And that's something that India touched on as well.
Exactly, and that's what India has really flogged on. And essentially we are saying what India did, particularly on public digital infrastructure, is necessary as an investment that enables the second one is access to markets. It's one thing to produce, but sustaining production is by access to markets. So the linkages and creating stable ecosystems and value chains.
How do you get access to markets?
I think that again is partnerships. The government must come in terms of policy, because that's the most important infrastructure that you need. A policy that is coherent, a policy that is enabling, and investment to support that policy. But also, as we said, the level to which the farmers is at a lower level. The need to de-risk them and to capacitate them is also essential. And here, I must say, we have worked very closely with AGRA. We have worked with the government. We have worked with IFAD, FAO, and World Food Organization. And all this is to bring competencies and capability of everybody who can make a contribution. Let me mention MasterCard Foundation, who said we will underwrite capacitating through financial literacy to the farmers. So, and it's an integrated approach, a holistic approach that addresses all the challenges that underpin. And lastly, it is the issue of design. As it's always said, you can't feed a mouse to be an elephant. The design must be of an elephant if you want scale. You can't start from a kitchen garden and assume you'll have a plantation. The design must be for scale, must be for speed, and must be for sustainability. So those are the design parameters that we have put into place.
It's a very good way of articulating some of the challenge, a very relatable one as well. Nadia, I see you nodding your head, so I wanted to get your thoughts on what you just heard from James there.
Well, I have 4 comments to make related to what previous speakers have signaled. First, how happy I am not only to be in a place where we're talking about public-private partnerships, not only we're talking about international partnerships and cooperation, but we're also talking about fighting climate change. And you know, these days when some words are forbidden, I think it's extremely important that the private sector acknowledges the importance of adaptation and how it does make sense. You know, every euro invested in prevention and adaptation to the impact of climate change is saving 5 to 7 euros in terms of the cost of repair, and not to talk about those losses that are irrecoverable. So I am really very happy to hear, you know, the emphasis that you're putting, James, on this. My second comment is that I mentioned before the fact that the European Investment Bank is financing the private sector and SME ecosystem through the financial sector. Let me mention just 2 things we will be signing in the course of this week here in Seville. After this panel, I'm going to sign an agreement with one of the commercial banks in Mauritania to finance SMEs in the fishing sector, in particular SMEs led by young people and women. So this is the sort of thing that we do with a view to making sure that we are going straight down to the basis of the key sectors in the African economy. And I think this is extremely important when it comes to how can the public sector and international cooperation actually make a difference on the ground. And the other thing that we will be doing is presenting this GEMS database, which comes to the conclusion, talking about data, you were insisting very much on the importance of data. I think we are actually providing a public good by sharing publicly the information we have of 40 years of experience in lending.
Why, if I may ask you, why has it taken so long to get this data? Because as Mr. Gu was saying, there's still not enough data out there.
Well, actually, I think he was more interested in getting data from his clients. No, I'm talking about sovereign, emerging countries database, which is explaining the experience of multilateral institutions lending to sovereign debtors for the past 40 years, coming to the conclusion that actually the likelihood and the risk of default and the risk of losses is lower than one would normally have anticipated. And I
so
think
that shows that the risk is lower then, does it?
Sorry?
That shows that the risk is lower when we were talking about
Absolutely.
risk?
What I'm trying to convey is that on the basis of actual data and actual experience, investing in emerging economies makes much more sense than maybe prejudice would lead investors to think. So I think that by providing this massive database and opening it up, we're going to be giving a very important public good for private investors to reach out and invest in these countries. And let me say a final thing I wanted to signal, since you were saying how to open markets. How to find markets? Well, through trade agreements. So from this point of view, again, in this world moment, this geopolitical context where some are not supporting the idea that by honoring international agreements, we are building a safer world and a more stable world, let me just strongly say on the, speaking on behalf of the European Union, how important our international partnerships are and how committed we are to continuing to build more than 70 trade and investment agreements around the world and continue to contribute to a rules-based international trade, which is actually leading to win-win partnerships. This is what Europe believes is the right way forward, and I think this conference is showing a strong commitment to what I think is going in the right direction in terms of a better future. Thank you.
So Nadia, you feel optimistic?
No, I am determined. I am strongly committed and determined to pursue this course.
Thank you very much. I think you have to leave, don't you now? Is that right? So Nadia is going to exit the stage, but we do have another 10 minutes or so with our panel. So thank you very much, Nadia, for taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
A bit like Squid Game or something. There's 3 people left now. Okay, it's your turn to respond, Jose. We've had lots of things there. We talked about risk already, and the challenge of trying to bring people on. What I thought was interesting from Nadia just then was some of the perceived prejudice about certain markets being investable. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say that access to long-term, low-cost financing is crucial. So, in that sense, the success of the energy transition depends on the ability, on our ability to finance the energy system of the future, the energy transition. And first of all, what I would like to say is that private companies must meet the basic requirements for accessing finance, that is a solid balance sheet with a high credit risk rating. This is what will allow us just to navigate a volatile period of with flexibility and ensuring a solid capacity to commit to large-scale investment with a long-term view. By meeting these requirements, we can access to innovative financing that reduce the cost of financing and mitigate the risks for the energy project. In this innovative financing, I would like to underline three ones. The very well-known sustainable financing, which is evolving, granting more agile processes, greater involvement of lenders, rapid standardization of instruments, and a formal recognition of sustainability lead developers. The second, and I'm not so sure about that, is this complex guarantee structure of funds with a high level of specialization in transition technologies, because always should deal with the excessive regulation that could limit the agile mobilization of funds. The third one is the partnership model. Partnership model that could be between the private and the public sector, but they want to refer to this partnership model between private companies and investors, which represent, in my opinion, a significant evolution to approach the risk management and the capital deployment in the energy sector. This model is structured to deliver substantial financial benefit, allows the utility or the company to accelerate or even to increase the development of project portfolio, achieving a faster and more value accretive growth, retaining the operation. And on the other hand, providing to the investor a stable and predictable cash flow while reducing exposure to market fluctuation. In my opinion, the key question in this third partnership is how to choose a reliable and stable partner that seeks attractive, stable returns on projects with predictable and long-term cash flow. So these three forms, the last one is the one that we are using now with this partnership, involving other investors that, how I have said, look for a good return of their investment, but they are able just to put a lot of money in this development. In any case, we should look for how to finance this, because for me is the key issue in this transition, energy transition.
Okay, thank you very much, Jose. Mr. Gu, we heard from Mr. Burgos Galvez just then talking about getting reliable, stable partners for this. But one of the challenges that's been around for a long time and that's been discussed is mindset, people thinking that these partnerships might be risky, people not familiar with them, not wanting to make that sort of investment. So I guess my last question to you, because we are wrapping up in 5 minutes or so, is how do you change mindsets to make sure that you can find the right partners to make these blended finance partnerships work?
Yeah, the mark doesn't work well, so I didn't quite follow you. Maybe
yeah,
you
I just wanted to get a final thought from you on how you can change mindsets to move even further forward to get more partnerships.
To get more what?
More partnerships between the public and private sector. What needs to be done?
More financing.
Yes, exactly.
To get more financing from public and
more blended finance partnerships. What's your message to end this panel?
Okay, so today's panel, I think we have discussed a lot, and we benefit a lot. This is a space for us to exchange views. It provides a platform. So maybe we can take a step further that within this framework, I mean the International Business Forum, within this framework, we can kind of setting up a regular communication mechanism. So we can get together regularly, and that will better inspire the fresh ideas. So.
Thank you. That's really interesting what you say, actually, Xu, because that's exactly what the opening session was all about. Is it's all very well people sitting here in a room, listening to speeches, listening to discussions, but the challenge for everyone in this room, I suspect, is how do you take away these discussions and turn them into meaningful partnerships that break away from the usual conversations? And so I suppose those organising that would exactly agree with what you said, and hoped that everyone in this room, and not least on this stage, can work together in ways that they may not have. So thank you very much, Xu. Final words to James then. I'll ask you the same question really, but how do you change people's views on this to encourage better partnerships?
I think there is a lot to be done, and particularly between the private sector and the public sector. Traditionally, the public sector has always assumed their role is development, and the private sector is perceived that the purpose of business is profit. Increasingly, it is becoming more apparent that we need to promote a common understanding that the public sector is the supply side of development, creating an enabling environment, investing in infrastructure, while the private sector comes in and complete the demand side by creating jobs, creating products for the market, and producing services. And that is really what development is. It's a partnership, but a partnership that has never been fully understood. So if we could promote that, then that would really. The second one is on how we measure success. How does government measure its success? If we can align how private sector and government measure success and align what they consider success that brings then the two much closer. But essentially also, it's the question of how invested is the partners, how invested are. The reason why equity has been very attractive to partners is because we devote 2% of our total income to development initiatives in the Equity Group Foundation. So everybody says we are partnering with you because you have skin in the game. Then create appropriate governance structures that promotes openness, transparency, and accountability in partnerships. If we don't create those as essential fundamentals, then, and the last one is look for like-minded partners. You must be walking the same direction. You must be sharing the same values for you to build a strong partnership in terms of working together. And the last one is ensuring that it is not just a partnership in isolation, but it's a partnerships that bring all the stakeholders and identify particularly the common good, what you could call public interest. Because unless you crowd in the population, you create a shared prosperity model and have a long-term view, then things don't work. You can't have scale with a short-term view. You have to have a long-term development approach. So I guess those are the basic building blocks of scalable partnerships.
Thank you very much, James. I think that's a fitting note by which we end this panel. Thanks to the three of you left on stage, Jose, James, and Shu. We appreciate your comments. And I think the one word that we keep hearing throughout the course of this session was partnerships. But of course, as you were saying there, just James, they need to be meaningful, they need to be lasting, and they need to have a vision. So thank you very much to the three of you. And if you could kindly leave the stage, we'll get ready for the next session. Thank you very much. Well, as our panelists leave the stage, it is now for me to introduce the final session of the day. I'm pleased to invite on stage the moderator of this final session of the day. The session's titled Making Blended Finance Work. And let me please introduce Lord Nick Stern, Chair of the Centre for Climate Change, Economics and Policy at the London School of Economics, to introduce the session. Hello there.
Hello, Rajini. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Well,
are you going to tell me something of the insights that you just distilled?
Yeah, just to sum up, I mean, everyone's been in the room and we appreciate you all sticking it out. You are escaping the intense heat, of course, by being in here as well. But I think one of the things that has been a big takeaway, Lord Stern, is just how important it is to find like-minded partners and people that share the same values, and that partnerships really are at the heart of this. And I think the one thing that still stays with me was one of the speakers earlier who said this is all about not just partnerships, but also timing, getting things done at a quicker pace, given that there is that deadline of 2030, and also how you scale up. And we heard from India, China, and indeed from Kenya, the importance of scaling up to make sure that those needs are met. Anyway, over to you. Thank you very much. Good luck with your session.
Thanks
Thank you, everyone.
so much. Thank you. Now, I hope I've got some panelists. I'm supposed to moderate. I could stand here and do it all myself, but I don't think that would be such a good idea. Please, please. Come.
I don't know. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. So you just heard about implementation. How do we bring about the projects? How do we make them happen? How do we bring about the programs for transformation, for driving towards the SDGs, tackling climate change, and so on? Now we have to talk about the finance. But it's very good to do it that way round. because finance is for a purpose. It's not some arbitrary flow that comes in and then you think about how to spend it. It's a flow that comes in support of projects and programs. So it's right to start with the investments, and we'll, I'm sure during this discussion, keep on asking, how do investments happen? What are the circumstances for investment? But we also have to talk about the finance, and presumably since whenever finance has begun, there has been blended finance. It must have been very rare to find a country or a piece of history where all finance was solo. Normally you'd expect it to be shared. But of course now, when we need this very big scale up of investment, we need a big scale up of finance. And that is going to require a lot more blended finance than we have seen hitherto. We're talking about expansions of private sector investments into EMDEs of a factor of 10 or 15 in the next 5 or 10 years. It's a hard ask, but that's what we need. There's a huge investment imperative. The next 10 years are going to be absolutely decisive around climate, but of course, climate sits within the whole of the Sustainable Development Goals. Climate is investment in resilience. It's investment in new forms of energy. It's investment in natural capital. It's all about development. There's no separate subject, climate over here and development over there. It is sustainable investment, and we need to expand our investment very quickly, and thus we need to expand our finance very quickly. At the same time as the imperative, this is a huge opportunity. 60% of the world's solar, let me one example, but it's a big one. 60% of the world's solar opportunity lies in Africa. It probably gets 2 or 3% of the investment. You can now get solar at less than 10 cents a watt, less than 10 cents a watt. You want to do a gas-fired power station, it probably costs you 50 cents to $1 a watt, then you've got to buy the gas. So that's an example of a huge opportunity which reminds us of scale, but it also reminds that this is an enormous investment opportunity in the new technologies. Of course, new technologies in that example was green solar technologies, but the new technologies around digitization, around artificial intelligence, all the stuff we find in biogenetics and medical side and so on. It's huge now. And of course, all this needs information. So this is the story of a very urgent but extremely attractive moment in the world's history where we have to move very quickly. We have to move well, but we also have to move very quickly and on scale. So that's our subject matter. How do we get the blended finance going to do all this? It's going to be hard, but not doing it is going to be even harder. So we have to grapple with the big issues here. Now we have a very distinguished panel, and I'll go in this order. Mark Sussman, who is the CEO of the Gates Foundation. Odile Renaud-Bassot, who is the president of the EBRD, an institution where I spent some very happy years as chief economist. And then we have Jose Vicente de los Mozos, who is the CEO of Indra, fascinating company I've just been learning about. He will tell us. And we have Sim Shabalala, who is the CEO of Standard Bank. I think the biggest private bank in Africa, is that?
The biggest financial institution in Africa.
Very good, very good. So you can see we have a star-studded cast, and we have one more star who is probably on the way, at least we hope so, and my good friend Rania Al-Mashat, who's Minister of Cooperation in Egypt, and a key figure in the COP in Egypt just 2-3 years ago, and so on. So that's our story. We have to move fast because everybody here has got deadlines, and in any case, it's a very efficient panel. So about 3 minutes first time round, but I'm going to ask you all the same question, and I'll just go in this order if that's all right. So we've introduced what we mean and the challenges of blended finance, the importance of reducing, sharing managing risks to bring down the cost of capital and really give us the flows that we need. But what, in your view, are the most effective ways to scale blended finance whilst maintaining alignment with national development priorities and delivering measurable impact? Can we start? Oh, which way we?
Iliane should speak, no? Iliane Golfein.
And then before we go into the questions, the most important thing, and thank you, Odile, is that we have a keynote, not any old keynote. We have a special keynote from Ilan Golpan, who is the president of the Inter-American Development Bank. Ilan, please. My apologies for a slight diversion. Ilan.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt the panel.
Thank you, Ilan. You're very kind.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to see so many familiar faces and to meet here at Finance for Development. This week will probably make one thing clear. Public budgets alone can't deliver development goals. We need private capital and a holistic approach. Scarce donor funds must be used strategically to reduce costs, share risk, and unlock investment in high impact but hard to finance sectors. These projects often offer long-term public returns that are difficult to price, making them less attractive to private investors. Blended finance helps bridge this gap, but only when paired with the right enabling conditions. MDBs, like some of us here, work on both ends. We mobilize capital and we shape the environment for investment because we are more than banks. We are policy and knowledge banks. We have policy-based loans that link financing with helping countries with their policies and regulations. We capacitate local staff. We transfer knowledge, as well as we prepare, originate, and structure projects. In some, MDBs can help turn development goals into real investment opportunities. But we also cannot do it alone. Let me point in then to a few elements needed in an holistic approach. First, the basic. Countries must improve the enabling conditions for private investments. Companies need what we call the upstream work. This is where the public sector then comes in. Private investors can manage project level risks, but struggle with general uncertainty. Investors need predictability, political and economic stability, rule of law, clear regulations, and basic infrastructure. Will be digital and physical. We have examples here that we have been working. For example, in Brazil recently, we championed the Eco-Invest, where we combine blending facility with upstream work. And we are tackling one of the most difficult impediments, the FX risk, by helping stabilize currency exposure while structuring catalytic capital through the Fundo Clima. We managed to over 8 billion in private investment for sustainable projects so far. We plan to double it, more to come. Here in Seville, we are announcing the FFH to scale this model worldwide. But again, enabling conditions aren't enough. We also need to make individual projects investable. Here we see 3 ways to achieve this. First, project preparation. Many projects fail because they are not ready. We need to provide technical assistance, financial structuring, and modeling to both the public and the private sector. Second, risk sharing. Even with good projects, investment may not happen if risks remain too high or too concentrated. That's where blended finance tools come in. It is not about making bad projects look good. It's about correcting market failures, where the private return is unable to take into account the more general return to the society. This is where we use guarantees, protections, financial innovations to complete the market and give incentives to investment. We use public sector guarantees, for example, to offer debt swaps, to unlock resources for development. Our own experience includes debt swap in Ecuador to protect Galapagos, or debt swaps to the Amazon, or an ambitious plan that we are coming for multi-country debt swap in the Caribbean. We use grants and concessional resources to incentivize projects like our IDB Klima that reduces borrowing costs if ambitious goals are met. Or, for example, we can adopt clauses in the loans that protect borrowers in case of natural disasters. These are the famous CRDCs. Guarantees could be more broad, portfolio guarantees that are directed to regions or sectors. We received from Sweden, for example, guarantees to invest in the Amazon. Or recently, in the G7, we got Canadian guarantees directed to the Caribbean. But, and this is important, concessionality must be used carefully. Overly generous benefits that go beyond needed to fulfill market gaps can distort and crowd out the very investment we want to attract. Third, equity. Debt requires predictable cash flows for repayment. Early stage projects don't have that. That is why we are significantly increasing IDB Invest equity capacity. IDB Invest is the private sector arm. So far, that has allowed the IDB Invest to leverage 23 billion through blended finance across 20 countries in the region. We are launching Collabora, a new platform to deploy catalytic equity and support investment platforms across the region. We will share more about this in the COP30 in Brazil. Let me conclude by saying that blended finance is not a panacea, but when combined with good policy, strong cooperation, smart risk sharing, it becomes a powerful tool. The private sector will invest if we create the conditions, help prepare projects, and share the risk in a thoughtful way. That is why we are here, committed to work together, MDBs, private sector, partner, governments, and use all the elements available to generate an impact in the scale needed for our shared goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilan. We know you have to go now, but thank you for laying the issues out so clearly and strongly. And also thank you for the tremendous leadership that the Inter-American Development Bank and the IDB Invest have been showing. If you want to take examples, go to the two development banks that we have here, the IADB and the EBRD. But thank you for all that leadership, and we do understand that you have to go now. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, I won't do the introductions again, and thank you, Odile, for rescuing me from the first mistake. But let me just remind you the question again. What are the most effective ways to scale blended finance while maintaining alignment with national development priorities and delivering measurable impact? I'm actually going to follow the speaking order that we were instructed, wisely, I'm sure, which does actually start with Odile. So Odile Renaud-Bassot, President EBRD, if you could give us your thoughts. If we could take about 3 minutes or so, because I know that a number of people on the panel have a hard stop at 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick, and very happy to be here on this panel on this very important issue, because it's clear that, first of all, the needs of financing are huge. ODA is on the decreasing path. It's a scarce resources, and blended finance can be a very useful instrument to de-risk and so forth. But I think we must also be realistic. Blended finance is not the only solution. It's not the solution to sort it in itself. It will not cover all the needs. But as I was saying, it's a very useful instrument. It cannot create project per se, it cannot replace reform, but it's part of what we need to build upon. And maybe 4 points to to address your question and focusing on what is necessary. First of all, and I think Ilian said it very clearly, we need to work on all the phase of the entire investment cycle, upstream, in order to define and work with the recipient countries on what are the right policies, what is the right institutional framework, what is the regulatory framework that will help attract investment. And as I was saying, blended finance in this respect is a structuring tool. It's not a substitute to reform. If you want to have private investment, you need to have a right framework, the trust in the institutional setting and so forth. The second element in the cycle is to work on the midstream. So prepare a pipeline of bankable projects. Projects do not generate that. I mean, sometimes they come themselves, but very often you need to work to prepare the project, to do the feasibility study and so forth. And the third element is a downstream, which is defining and finding the right mix of capital between public, MDB financing, donor support, and private investment. The second, I think, big thing we need to do to scale up and to really unlock the potential of blended finance is to shift from project by project work, you know, bespoke project, each time we spend a lot of time on every project, to programmation and platform-based approach. And we've been working very much on country platform, for example, and in particular Egypt is a very good case, a very good example of how if a country defines very clearly its strategies, its objective, what he will commit to do in terms of what he wants to reach in terms of investment, how much renewable he plans to develop, how much gas facilities he wants to withdraw. Then this is a very strong instrument, first of all, to bring some donor funding, because donors are interesting and they want to help something which is clear deliverable, some clear impact and so forth. But it also, for investors, give a clear roadmap and you know what you can do, and it attracts some project. And it provides a strong ownership from the country. The third dimension is more from the product side. I think it's the standardization. Blended finance is a lot of different product, experiment, pilot project, trying this and that. A lot of niche solution. I think we really need to see what works and scale it up and standardize in order to have the same taxonomy, have the same type of project for investors. It will be much easier and much less time spent in preparing every project. And the fourth component is transparency on data, accessibility of data. MDBs have worked a lot to publish their data with GEMS, which is a database with all MDBs plus bilateral financial institutions. Looking backwards 30 years ago, I mean, on 30 years of probability of default, rate of recovery, and so forth, I think that's a very useful tool for private investors. Each institution is trying to go a bit further, but I think that's something which we need to continue to develop, as well as developing outcomes-linked approach where you link some financing of some benefits to some specific outcome as a way to scale up. I will stop here.
Thank you so much, Odile, and thank you again, not only for the analysis, but for the example that the BRD has been showing now for a long time. As the world changes, you change to stay on the frontier, and it's a clear example in the words that you described today. So that was from a unique but a multilateral development bank. So now Sim Chabalala, the CEO of Standard Bank, you can give us a perspective from the private sector, but also perhaps from Africa. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And perhaps the best way to approach it would be to look at it from the perspective of the G20 and the B20, of which the B20 is an important component currently being chaired by South Africa. We are going to be making 3 recommendations in the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, which answers your question. Firstly, we're going to be recommending, suggesting that there should be focus on facilitating critical infrastructure. And for that purpose, you need more sophisticated product preparation processes, as has been alluded to. We need to make sure then in that process that people with the right appetite or the appropriate appetite are able to finance early project preparation, because we know, certainly on the African continent, that the drop-off rate from inception to drawdown in these projects is 90%. So project preparation. Second, a streamlining of the laws and regulations, make them simpler, make them better, make it faster to get these transactions done. And in that context, MDBs clearly have a big role to play. Secondly, the second set of recommendations are, once you've identified these right projects, they're at scale, they are focused on critical infrastructure. On the continent, it would be electricity, logistics, and of course, the rail that you need to get minerals from out of the ground to the Lobito port or to the Dar es Salaam port or to Durban. You need this infrastructure for that purpose. Well, the financing thereof, the gap is $85 billion a year in Africa. Where is it going to come from? Surely from rethinking the roles and responsibilities of commercial banks and insurance companies versus the MDBs, versus the DFIs, versus philanthropy. In that context, some of the suggestions go towards perhaps rethinking the macroprudential arrangements. Basel III, as it applies to projects, forces 150% risk-weighted assets. It's wasted and dead capital that needs to be rethought. The risk weighting of the MDBs themselves needs to be rethought. We need to think about them using their balance sheets to recycle, originate to recycle their capital, originate to distribute, so that you've got greater velocity of capital. And then the third and last set of recommendations relates to, once you've identified the projects, once you have funded them, get this activity, this finance, to go right through the economy, including providing activity and finance and support for small to medium enterprises, so that you've got the big projects, you've got the finance facilitated, and that you make sure that this goes right through the economy. Throughout all of that, there is this notion of partnership, as you can tell, Lord Nick, that you need much more careful thought about the laws, the regulations, the mandates, and indeed how you use the capital of the various parties who've got different risk appetites.
Thank you very much, Sim. And we now have Jose Vicente de los Mozos, the CEO of Indra, and I'm sure amongst other things, you'll give us perspective from a side of technology.
Thank you, Nicolas. I would like to explore different perspectives on blended finance. I want to focus on what I call step N-1, the spark that starts the whole process. At Indra, we are committed to developing what we call tech for the future. That is our motto because it reflects our mission to imagine and create solutions that anticipate and meet global challenges. We believe that validated technology can act as the initial spark that sets blended finance mechanisms in motion. I give you one example. Last week, we presented in Cartagena, Colombia, an AI-powered visual detection system designed to identify early signs of wildfire. The name is FIDO. The device captures image and environmental variables such as temperature, humidity, pressure to identify smoke, hotspot, or flashes. It's deployed along the power lines, And the system enables real-time alerts to emergency services, reducing both response time and environmental damage. I'm thinking about a system that integrates satellite positioning, data, sensor, and vision for an early detection workflow. Speaking of blending, this is blended technology. The solution aligns with national development priorities in many ways and leads to measurable outcomes. Land and biodiversity protected, emergency response time improved, carbon emission avoided. If a public capital is used to deploy such an early warning system, it can de-risk the initial phase and open the door for private investment. I don't talk here to finance because they know better than me. But we think this can start with this initial spark, a proven technology that creates the right condition for blended finance to unfold.
Thank you very much, Jose. And we're having really strong discipline here, which is very helpful, so we'll get a further chance to go around. And now we have Mark Sussman, CEO of the Gates Foundation. I don't have to remind people here that of the magnitude and the achievement of that foundation. Thank you for all the work, Mark. But please, could you tell us now about the blended side of what you do?
Yes, so absolutely. So we are predominantly a grant-giving organization. Our budget is this year close to $9 billion a year, and we've now committed to spend $200 billion over the next 20 years. And that will actually bring our existence to an end. We will actually wind ourselves down, as other institutions may not be doing, because we're committed to maximizing the amount of capital that can be spent on dealing with today's problems and today's challenges, and with a very human focus. Our mandate as the foundation is to help build a world where every person deserves the chance to a healthy and productive life. So how do you link that human focus into the finance, and particularly the types of blended finance that we're discussing here today? And if I have one concrete answer that would be a different and a hard-earned lesson for the field over the last decade, and with all the discussion that there had been over the last decade about potential of from billions to trillions, is that you have to be very concrete and specific. Yes, it's important to aim, and if you can aim, as we heard, for platform types of institutions, that is your best case scenario because it allows you to scale. But I think part of what has held the field back, and why when we look back over the last decade, we haven't had as many successes in the blended finance at the scale we hoped, it's because we have been too general. And the truth is, you've got to look concretely by sector, by type of capital, by outcome, by delivery. So in our case, as a philanthropy, we look at blended finance in multiple different ways. We can try and look for areas where we are maximizing the use of grant finance. In our youth, and particularly at a time ODA is under huge pressure, we think grant finance really needs to be prioritized for areas that won't attract private capital naturally. Basic primary healthcare is a very good example. There's not a huge market in basic primary healthcare. In the provision and purchase of vaccines, to cite an example where we just had this week a replenishment for the Gavi Vaccine Alliance. But even there, you can still have a use of blended finance, and in this case, using guarantees, which is something that we've been working with UNICEF, and we work in other areas like the provision and development of, say, family planning supplies with UNFPA, where they're expecting but don't have regular flows of grant payments coming in from countries, and we can provide advances of resources that allow them to purchase at bulk, to negotiate better prices, to be able to actually be much more efficient, and then still be made whole through grant finance. That's one concrete example. A second is when you're using grants or some forms of equity to prove markets. So when you're looking at an area where I regard as significantly underfunded across large parts of sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, which is agriculture that aggregates in smallholder farmers, not just large-scale commercial agriculture, but smallholder farmers. There's a risk factor, so then we'll have some views on, how and where you do it, what's the risk factor for a bank coming in. We can provide some of the de-risking. up front about the proof points. We can do a first stack of capital that may be grant capital, that may be equity capital with conditions, but then we're trying to prove and develop a market which over time will be ripe for actually loan capital at some degree to provide and generate a long-term return and prove a sustainable market. And in the intermediate space, there's the area that you, Nick, are very familiar with about in the areas of both areas like climate, both mitigation and adaptation more broadly, where with the MDBs, with otherwise, there are forms of concessional capital which could and should be used to incentivize big public good investments, which again, philanthropy can come and do some of the higher risk early proof points perhaps, but we're never going to be the scale, the people who are going to be able to take it to scale. But then you do pool together multilateral finance with some private finance to take that to scale. And so in each of those, I'm just using a health example, an agriculture example, a sort of broader energy climate example. And I think that's the key as a sort of community. If we really want to achieve scale, and we want to achieve scale globally, you really have to turn it into concrete examples that manage with it, and then you develop proof points which can be scaled and replicated by others.
Thank you very much, Mark. And each of you have actually given this example and experience how the specifics of the cases that you're dealing with lead you to scale up through the learning process, through collaboration. And I think you've all said that blended finance, yes, but you have to blend and share objectives. You have to blend actions. You have to blend understanding. You have to blend data. You have to blend technology. So the blended finance shorthand, in a sense, conceals all that other kind of cooperation and blending that goes on underneath. And of course, blended doesn't mean that everybody does the same thing. It's the opposite. It's that each carries its own comparative advantage in different ways. And the blending actually emphasizes the difference, not, as it were, smearing out one thing across everything else. And again, you gave very powerful examples of that. Now, our second round, I was supposed to ask Rania the first question. And the second round is really about, in Rania's case, what can government do? And I would ask Sim, what can commercial banks do? So in a sense, it covers what you said before, but there's a specific challenge then. If you are going to take an initiative, what would that initiative look like? Now, I think we can answer Rania's question on the government side for her already by blending what's been said. And I'm not going to presume what Rania would have said, but we've heard about the enabling environment. We've heard about the clarity of strategy, bringing sound, reliable, credible policies to the table and keeping them credible as time goes by. But this is a government very different from, say, the 1990s Washington consensus kind of government, which just says, get the prices right and let investment fall where it may. This is actually about purposive investment around the SDGs, around the national priorities, around climate, around health, and so on. So I think between us, that notion of what governments can do, I mean, obviously I've summarized it rather briefly, but that I think we can take as Rania's answer, because knowing Rania, I think she would have said something rather like that. And of course, not just one government on its own. This is a question of governments acting together, regionally, internationally, and so on. So let's take Rania's reply to that, as already contributed really by Ilan and your own answers. So Sim, if I could turn to you now, what specific measures do you think commercial banks can do right now to help drive it forward and increase the scale of this whole story from the perspective of blended finance, but broader if you wish? Now, we have to finish in 20 minutes, so I think we've got time for another 3 minutes or so this time round, and then if you want to ask each other questions, just jump in. But Sim, we'll give you first shot, but this time putting it a bit on the spot. Well, what are you going to do, and how are you going to really make it go forward? Speaking for commercial banks, not just yourself.
So what we do in this space is we set up divisions that are focused on sustainable finance. They're given a mandate, they're given capital, and we advocate on their behalf with various bodies, including regulators, so that you end up with a situation in South Africa where you've got a very sophisticated renewables program, the IPP, Independent Power Producer Program, which delivers on critical infrastructure, does so in partnership between the private sector and the public sector, and delivers very well. Similarly, in Nigeria, after advocacy, after people have confronted the challenges, you have the Electricity Act of 2023, a couple of years ago, and that seeks to liberalize the electricity sector in Nigeria. The consequence of that is that you will have blended finance. You'll have the different people with different mandates participating in those transactions. The World Bank, and that will be my last point, the Private Sector Investment Lab, a fantastic initiative. What does it result in? Firstly, they've now agreed to allowing guarantees for BB- countries, which include a large number of countries where we as Standard Bank operate. A World Bank guarantee makes all the difference in a complicated and difficult transaction in a difficult country. The second thing is the Mission 300 initiative, where 12 countries have now signed up to change their laws and regulations to make it easier then to have these power projects executed. And perhaps let me stop there. Those are classic examples of where we do things on our own, we do them with regulators, and we do them with MDBs, each one of us playing a different role in the stack.
But it's very different from a model where the government is challenged to set the environment, and a private firm says, well, if you do that, then we'll get on with it. But if you have to act first. What you're describing actually is a case where policies and opportunities are co-created with the private sector and the government moving together. That takes us very much to the role of development banks, because sometimes you hear banks say, we've got our people, we've got the resources, you sort your projects out and then you let us know, you've got our telephone number. And I know that's not the way that the EBRD operates. But what do you think, Odile, are the next critical actions, to bearing in mind the challenge of pace and scale, really to move much faster in blended finance and the MDBs working with the private sector?
First of all, I very much agree with what was said on the need to, blended finance can have very different functions depending on sectors, on markets, on countries. And I think one very important element to have in mind is also blended finance is also scarce resources, because it builds on donor funding or philanthropy financing and so forth. It's not something that you can, you cannot guarantee, huge amount of, if you wanted to guarantee all the private sector to invest to finance the SDGs, it's not possible. So using these resources in a very selective manner, targeted manner, focusing on additionality, and additionality can be the apparition of new technology and to prove the model and so forth, or to open new markets and then show that it's financeable, it's bankable. So you start with the first risk, you develop the market, and then you can, private financing can come at scale because it has been tested. The model has been, the work that has been done on the renewable, and you were alluding to that, so the cost of technology have decreased, but also I think the progress made in, project finance in renewable, how it can work, the pricing, the auction framework, and so forth. We've been learning a lot, and I think now you can see a lot of interest from private investors to invest in this sector without necessary guarantees and so forth. So that's one important element to have in mind. And because bottom line, I think the final objective is to be able to finance the SDGs with market funding. And I think the EBRD has been very much set up with this mind, this objective of transition. So you start from investing a lot of public resources and so forth, and you phase out and you let the market take its place and play its role. And I think this is the way we need to think about blended finance. But we are not there yet. It's still very much needed. And as I was saying, I think to scale up and to maximize, to optimize the impact, the importance of the policy signal is very important. If you want to have private investors, it's the clarity of the objective, it's the clarity of the regulatory framework, but it's also the market signal. If you want to have investors in renewables, the private sector being able to invest or to energy, you need to have water, you need to have pricing that are also, and it's sometimes very difficult politically, but you need to work to that aim to have something which is sustainable, and then is the basis for a bankable project. And so that's one very big component. The other big component is the capacity to work MDBs with donors or with philanthropy and with the country. And I know the country platform team has been there for a lot of time. I think we are coming to a point with some very good example where, in particular in the climate area, because I think there is a very clear objective, and maybe it's more, I mean, energy is more up to market investment and so forth. But where you see this country platform playing a very big role in accelerating investment in a very, significant manner compared with a project by project approach. So I would stop here, but I think these two components are very important.
And both essentially do give you pace and scale if they're pursued sufficiently energetically. Yeah. So I wanted to follow up, Mark, on really an issue you've already touched on, which is we're in a low ODA environment. I mean, shame on them, but being realistic, we are in a low ODA environment. And of course, as you already noted, people then look to philanthropy, but of course, philanthropy can't do everything on that kind of scale. So the question comes, how can it act still more strongly as a catalyst that can trigger actions? I mean, you gave examples with Gavi and so on already, but how do you see in this new era where ODA is going down quite sharply, how does that change the role of philanthropy? Does it bring new responsibilities and opportunities?
Yeah, so first of all, it's just important to in context of scale that, while philanthropy is a very important pool of financing, relative to public and private financing, it's tiny. It's less than sort of 1% relative to public and private financing, maybe a little higher in the US. And even in the context of ODA, or when an ODA total is around $200 billion plus, philanthropy, even a philanthropy like ours at $9 billion a year, can't really compensate for that. So you have to be very careful about what is the highest and best use of scarce philanthropic capital. And exactly what you highlighted, we think the two things is we can be much bolder risk takers in terms of testing out innovative approaches, whether they might be upstream in research and development innovation or downstream in terms of innovative approaches to delivery of services. And we can help sort of crowd in, we can be sort of proof points. And so what we're thinking about in that environment is because we want to make sure you're maximizing the resources of the remaining scarce resources that are going into the most proven, effective, high impact things, which we found in our own work is health. We didn't expect that to be the case when we started 25 years ago. We're just sort of showing when and where and how the interventions can be most impactful. And we think there are other concrete areas that are emerging in areas like agricultural development or financial inclusion. But I think one area which I'll just, hasn't been touched on here, but we're thinking of very actively is in an environment where there are finite resources, and you're looking and your key indicators are development progress indicators, these goals that are the boxes around there. We're trying to think through, what and where and how do you actually have decent work, reduced inequalities, for other things, increased poverty reduction? You've got to think through ways in which you actually don't operate on a linear basis. You have to bend the curve. There has to be acceleration. And the way you get acceleration is bluntly through innovation. It can be innovation of new tools and products that are more efficient and effective. It can be, as I say, new kinds of processes or ways of coming together or partnerships, the equivalent of what the Gavi Alliance was 25 years ago. You will have many concrete examples in the climate and environmental space. You know, the one that I would highlight and right now is what's happening in digital public infrastructure right now and amplified by artificial intelligence, where, as with all big innovations, this is happening naturally and being driven by the private sector, but without the input of first philanthropy and ultimately then regulatory incentives and public financing, the benefits will disproportionately go to the richest, both the richest countries and the wealthiest people within low and middle income countries. So what we're thinking very much about is how can our capital be used to both prove models where you can prove, for example, we've done it in the banking sector in Bangladesh and other places, that the poor are very bankable and very reliable to do it, or you can prove agricultural models that do that can crowd in the private sector, but it does require, as I was talking about, a robust regulatory framework along with a commitment by government to actually provide some scale if you've proven the successful model up front. So that's really where we're focusing and doing a lot of our thinking right now, is going forward in an environment of what is going to be scarce capital. What are going to be the most catalytic interventions in key sectors that can then ultimately be scaled up by the public sector, either directly, if it's service delivery like health, or the private sector when incentivized by an appropriate regulatory framework.
That's really bringing a dimension of blended finance, which is intertemporal. In other words, if you come up with a good example, using your own resources, in this case, grant resources, and that example and the proof points that you've already alluded to, then other people scale up. I think we should think of that as a version of blended finance, because somebody's starting and then someone's following. It doesn't all have to happen right through the set of activities. And you also nicely introduced, Jose, in your emphasis on the tech side. I would remind that you can't be very digital if you haven't got any electricity. And so that's a logical prerequisite. And I allude again to the huge example I gave about bringing renewable energy to Africa on scale fast. But you already, Jose, gave examples of discovery, opening up opportunities for others. So there's a sense in which that's a collaboration. But could you take us a bit further? What do you think now, from your perspective, in technology is needed to drive these huge opportunities that are coming? How can we increase the pace at which they come, given how much of the problems we face are really urgent and pressing?
Yeah. Today in India, we are involved in blended finance project in Africa and South America, focus in security and mobility for the citizens. I think that the best way to explain is to give an example. For me, an example for benchmarking is the project we work in Peru. Peru is work for taxes. What's mean work for taxes? Is a private company can prepay with the tax to finance part of the required investment. That's very interesting because we can accelerate projects. Also, we can reduce the government need to borrow money and increase debt. For example, we are working in the region of Ica. It's a project to create a digital infrastructure that connects rural community to essential services. That means healthcare appointment, school enrollment, paperwork that previously required several hours to move the people. That is very interesting. And now we are working in other 3 opportunities in other 3 states from Peru. I think we believe that work for Taxes can be extended to other developing countries and key infrastructure and mobilize resources. To give one example, this afternoon I had a meeting with a president of an African country. I explained this. He told me, I want this. I think many times we lost time to reinvent, but copy-paste is the faster and the cheapest. That's what is our lesson from this experience. For us, we have two lessons. Number one is proper regulation, transparency, distribution of benefits, and protection of social and environmental rights. And the second important, alliance needs to be built in a way that prevents corruption or inequality from getting in this way. That, I think, to rethink in this notion of sustainable development, other important point today for us is the risk, security. We know geopolitical has changed, that more risk, more difficult is to have more private investment. And for that, in India, we're working in cybersecurity, cyber defense, for different data and infrastructure, because we think to reduce the risk also can be an opportunity to facilitate the investment. That the message I want to give is today we need to integrate also security in the equation of blended finance.
Very good. We've got one last chance now in the 3-4 minutes that remain. If there's any one thing that has come to you as a result of listening to your fellows, what would it be? Can I just run quickly across how has this discussion influenced the way in which you see the opportunities? And then I'll take about 90 seconds to try to sum up. You don't have to say anything, but can we just start? What you've heard, what strikes you? Less than a minute.
Well,
yeah?
I think it's reinforced where we started with that we really need to be concrete and specific, both about types of capital, types of sectors, types of interventions, with the goal to reach wider platforms and be able to genuinely scale. But if you don't start with the concrete, it's very difficult to expand.
Adia.
No, I think that the examples that were provided, very concrete examples, were very useful in thinking about how you can, and the notion of blended over time. So you start with more risky, more innovative project, and then you can scale that up, and building cross-continent, cross-sector. I think that's a very, interesting idea.
Thank you. Jose.
I think my experience is we need to use more the benchmarking.
More
benchmarking. Okay, we can reinvent the wheel, but we have technological solution. We know how to do quickly, cheaper. But maybe I think from ONU we did a catalog that all worldwide initiative to copy paste. That can be, I think, for me, can be a booster to accelerate and to reduce the gap that today we found in different countries.
Very good. So
it's that there is appetite to innovate and think about the different mandates of the different players in the capital stack, and that it is possible to change those mandates and deliver in blended finance.
Very good. So let me, I'm not going to try, because it's such a rich discussion, but we had a big role for the government in setting the framing in which everybody operates. Now, if you've got corrupt, untrustworthy, predatory governments, I'm not giving any examples, but you can imagine, you're not going to get very powerful investment because it's all too risky. And this whole discussion was about risk. And the threats can be external, the threats can be climate and biodiversity and natural capital. So the first thing I think we shared is the understanding of the overall environment, including the sense of direction. And here we're rather different from the 1990s because we do have a clear sense of direction. It's just not, get the markets right, and growth sets off wherever it goes. We have a view about what matters and the sense of direction. So we have that overall view of government. I think there was a strong shared emphasis on information about risk and the regulation of risk, which runs through a number of things. Then going down a little bit in the sort of logical structure, all of you were talking about blazing the trail, discovery. And of course, if you're blazing the trail, discovering what works, giving examples for other people, that's going to look very different in different places. And as you emphasized, Mark, health and renewable generation of electricity are not the same thing. And they're going to be a different contribution of different players, much more philanthropy, concessional money, around health, and mostly electricity generation can be done in the private sector. So it depends where you look, but there's scope for collaboration everywhere. So I think in many ways it was quite an optimistic story about what's possible. But at the end of the day, there's pace and scale, and the next 10 years shapes. If the infrastructure that Asia will build in the next 10 years looks like the infrastructure that has been built over the last 30 or 40 years, then the consequences for all of us, particularly Africa, will be intense and in many cases unmanageable. So we've got lots of examples of how to go forward, how to scale up, but ultimately somebody's got to pick up the scale. Trails that have been blazed have to be followed and picked up by other people. And there, one of the big influences surely will be what governments themselves do, and stronger domestic resource mobilization, stronger government investment. But that's also in the context of scaling up for the private sector as well. Now, the notice was that Mark has to leave and we all have to leave, but I found that a fascinating conversation. And more than that, I wanted to pay tribute to the work